Most people want to stay in their homes as long as possible as they get older. But nothing is certain in these unpredictable times. That's why the Zoomer and CARP are presenting the Living in Place Explained Virtual Summit. Our team of experts is sharing detailed information and practical steps you can take to stay in the home you love as you age, including determining what modifications to make, what services are available, and how technology is helping. Joining us live from the Zoomer Media Studios in Toronto is Marissa Lennox, and from Vancouver, Natasha Raey. The Living in Place Explained Virtual Summit begins now.
Welcome to Living in Place Explained. I'm Marissa Lennox, and joining me from our West Coast Vancouver studio is Natasha Raey. Hey, Natasha.
Hey, Marissa. Thank you. Welcome to everyone at home. Today, we'll be joined by experts from across the country to talk about some of the products and services you can access to support living your best life as you age in the place you call home.
The industry terms this aging in place, but we believe it should be about living well and enjoying life in the home you love as you age. We call it living in place.
But first, let's put a face to what we're talking about. Susan Brown, like so many CARP members, loves the house she lives in, and she certainly wants to avoid having to leave it for an institutional setting as she ages. So she worked with an architect to create a living space that can accommodate her future needs. Let's watch Zoomer News videographer Darren Maharaj with her story.
After the nightmare that took place in Canadian long-term care homes following the COVID-19 pandemic, many Zoomers and their families are doing whatever they can to ensure they never end up in a similar situation, saying no to LTCs and modifying their homes so that they can enjoy them as they age and hopefully never have to leave.
Hey, Darren, come on in. I've been working on this house for several years. I'd like to be able to age gracefully in my own home. But as my condition changes, I have options. We've made a space upstairs that could be either convertible for a caregiver or could be helpful with additional income.
In Susan's particular case, this was a fabulous high-character cottage-like house, but it had all sorts of levels. When you came in the front door, this was one step down from the living room here. When you came into the living room, it was another step up to the next room. then a set of stairs came down to a landing and you'd have to go up to go down. So it had a lot of character, it was a lot of fun, but it was not well suited to someone who wants to age in place. We went through a planning process and developed a whole set of plans for how to remove walls, widen doorways, level surfaces, adapt the structure, get more natural light in. We laid out all the artificial light so that it's very easy to see and navigate. This is a very important thing as people age.
We're still under construction, so there's really not much to see, but you can see that there is a skylight here, which not only lights the stairs, but it brings light through this beautiful glass wall that Paul added to the construction plan.
The translucent glass beside the stairway. There's translucent glass also in a number of the sliding doors and a bit of the furniture. It has a great way of telegraphing and catching light. We're trying to get natural light in from different windows and different views. The pocket doors are great because they don't take up any space. They telegraph the light. They provide separation. And when they do tuck away nice and wide, you actually barely even know it's there.
In this bathroom facility, there's a shower, a large enough shower to accommodate a transport chair even, and the opening is flush. So if you open the actual door, you can see that the floor of the bathroom continues seamlessly into the shower stall, which is really handy for people to have. Darren, come into my bedroom area here. When I need it as a bedroom, this is a wonderful couch that opens up into a very comfortable bed. It's nice to be able to think about the outdoors and be outdoors. So I have a nice exit onto a deck for my garden.
To learn more about how you can enjoy living in place like Susan here is, visit carp.ca. In Toronto, I'm Darren Maharaj for Zoomer News.
Thanks, Darren. Susan and other CARP members will know our first speaker today. Bill Van Gorders, Chief Policy Officer and Chief Operating Officer at CARP, was the founding chair of the Nova Scotia chapter. He's also immediate past chair of the Nova Scotia Advisory Committee on Seniors Issues to the provincial government. Bill joins us now from Halifax to talk about the policy and advocacy work CARP is doing to create an infrastructure for living in place. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Marissa, thank you very much for inviting me today. The Zoomer CARP Living in Place Explained event webinar is certainly important to all of us in CARP. This has been a long-running issue for CARP, and we know that it has been for our viewers too. It was always clear that home care was preferred to institutional care. Rather than going into a long-term care facility, our CARP surveys show that well over 90% of us would rather stay in our own home or our own community for as long as possible. Modern-minded governments and policymakers know that staying in our own communities is a much better alternative, financially, socially, and medically. But the policy issues are: who pays for home care? How much does it cost? What's the role of governments or companies with benefit plans versus family-funded home care? CARP has always advocated for more direct government support for family-funded caregiving, better support for volunteer caregivers, and more public health dollars channeled to provide or subsidize in-home services. The COVID disaster in long-term care homes made it painfully clear that it's inadequate and effective in Canada's long-term care strategy. It has to be changed. Other countries with similar healthcare models allocate far more public health dollars to home and community care. Canada spends 87% on institutional care and only 13% on home and community care. OECD countries, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, which is most of the larger economies in the world, spend 65% on institutional care and 35%, compared to our 13%, on home and community care. In Denmark, for instance, they spend only 36% on institutional care and 64% on home and community care. In addition to these statistics, there are other factors that impact the necessity of increased, better quality home and community care. Our increased longevity, average life expectations are increasing a full additional year every decade. Today, we have more and better home solutions, And the collapse of institutional care models, even without COVID, has been evident. There are three new forces that make the entire subject more urgent, more complex, and more fast changing. It's no longer enough to demand more government money for the same old structure. Now CARP is acting on a wider range of fronts. We're, of course, keeping the pressure on governments for reform, but also we're going to carry out new initiatives to better inform our members of news, trends, resources, technologies, and strategies. And these three forces really need more detail. Do you know that the fastest growing age group in percent terms are centenarians? In 1950, there weren't even 1,000 people 100 years older or older in Canada. In fact, it didn't hit 1,000 until 1975. By the year 2000, the total had tripled to 3,000 centenarians, and by 2020, it was triple to 9,000. And by 2050, we're going to have 34,000 people by over 100 years old, 127,000 people. Within 15 years, more people will be turning 80 every year than being born. This will place completely unsupportable burden on our current long-term care system if it stays the way it is. There has to be change. We require and now have available better at-home solutions. That's the kind of thing that you're going to be hearing about today. There's home modification. It's becoming a massive industry. There's new technology, robots, artificial intelligence, mobile diagnostics, special appliances, and greater interconnectivity between mobile diagnostics and medical professionals. We've even got to get our mouths around these new words we're all learning. And telehealth is getting better too. COVID demonstrated what's possible, and the genie is certainly out of the bottle now on telehealth. The home care provider industry in Canada is now estimated to be worth $10 billion and is expected to be $22 billion by 2024. And there's a return to doctors making house calls. Humano in the USA, one of the largest health companies in the world, has invested $100 million in a startup aimed to provide at-home doctor services. And Canadian providers are springing up as well. The institutional model of old-fashioned long-term home care facilities, as we have known it, is collapsing. Neither government nor industry can create enough long-term care beds fast enough to cope with the demand. All other aspects of the healthcare system are being forced to look for more innovative, flexible, and lower-cost solutions. You know, there's a perfect match between aging in place and living in place. And that's why we're calling this webinar today, Living in Place Explained. The home-based model is going to be the solution. So all of this means that CARP's going to be expanding its role. Of course, we're advocating for better government policies, increased support of frontline home care, respite care, and day programs to better enable living in place. Increased funding and use of technology-enabled home care, and expanded telehealth solutions to support patients and their families, and more support to family-funded caregiving. Did you know that unpaid family caregivers contribute an estimated $66 billion of care annually to the healthcare system? This is a tremendous money saver for government, but it brings about that we must ensure that all caregivers have access to financial relief, such as a family caregiver tax credit that can be either refundable or rebated. And through many of our platforms at CARP, including webinars like this, we plan to give our members the tools to navigate this rapidly changing new world. We're going to be providing our members with constantly updated information on new products, services, and systems, analytical and planning tools to help assess needs and find assistance, information about financial strategies and resources. And in most fields, knowledge is power. And that's going to be especially true in this case. And that's why we're pleased to be sponsoring webinars like this. And in the future, CARP will be doing even more webinars, podcasts, planning tools, expert advice, both nationally and at our local chapter levels. As I said in the beginning, you probably know this as aging in place. What we believe it should be about living well and enjoying life in the home and the community you love. And that's why we've created this Living in Place Explained virtual event. We know that you today will learn from our experts about the practical steps you can take now and tomorrow to enable you to live in place and develop your personal plan for the future. Thank you for watching.
Thanks, Bill. Helping you with at-home solutions for living in place is a specialty of our next speaker. Jim Close is the president of Live Easy, an aging in place consultancy and distribution business in Toronto. Jim has over 30 years experience in the accessible design world. He is also the director of education for Age Safe Canada. Take it away, Jim.
Thank you, Marissa, or sorry, that wasn't Marissa, but thank you everybody, and thanks for joining. As I said, I spent my entire 30-year career in and around clients who, up until today, have been looking to age in place, and I agree with the sentiment from CARP and everyone that living in place should be the acronym, and I applaud the efforts of CARP in terms of advocacy and programming, including today's event. So what I'm going to do today is introduce a couple unique safety products that we distribute. We distribute them throughout our dealer network throughout Canada. I think they are unique and people will find them interesting. And then I'll quickly describe what Age Safe Canada is and what the Senior Home Safety Specialist course is all about. Okay. The first product is called the Assist Step, and we've dubbed it the Stair Walker. It's an innovative product coming out of Norway. We met these people at the end of 2019, and by the end of 2020, we had brought it into Canada. And it's a unique device that expands somebody's handrail. So if anyone has any difficulties on the stairs, you'll see in the next upcoming video, it kind of bridges the gap between a handrail and a lift device. And what we really point to in the occupational therapists, physiotherapists that have seen this device over the last couple of weeks at their own virtual events is that activity is medicine, and maintaining some form of climbing the stairs is actually beneficial for your overall health as well. So without further ado, I'll jump to the next slide, which is our video. So again, you'll see how it's basically a stainless steel rail system that's mounted on the wall. And as you climb the stairs, you're basically utilizing the rolling handle as a solid support mechanism. It folds up against the wall, and then again, coming down, you're able to lean against the handrail, and really it's quite a simple device. And we are getting a lot of good traction online from many customers who are looking for something different other than a lift or something that provides a little bit more than just simple handrails. The next product is a Grippo pole system. Again, this is another product coming out of Norway. Again, I've been in the business for 30 years and a lot of innovation. Bill alluded to Canada being behind in a lot of advocacy, but we're also behind in a lot of R&D and products. And the Scandinavian countries in particular are always intuitive as to what clients want to see, especially around aesthetics. It's not just what the product does. I can attest to the fact that oftentimes clients are more concerned of what a product looks like in their home. Here's a Grippo pole in my office. After long days, I use it to pull myself out of the office chair. But you'll see here in this upcoming video on why it's unique and why it looks good in the home. The other thing to point out that this is a device that can be installed anywhere without any tools. So I'll jump ahead. This quick video was done by our Australian friend, Tom Hartwright, who's the distributor in Australia. But he does such a good job, I thought I'd steal his video.
Today, I want to show you the Grippo support pole. It has so many different options. Now, the first thing you'll notice about it is it's really easy to install. You can literally move it from room to room in your house. You don't need tools, you don't need installation teams, you don't need to drill holes in walls, and you don't need to have to patch the walls afterwards. In fact, you can install this pole when you want it, where you want it. So what is it and how does it work? Well, the Grippo support pole is designed and made in Scandinavia, and the first thing you'll notice immediately is the quality of the build and its design. These poles are solid and extremely well made. The pole itself is made of lightweight aluminium and is easy to move around from room to room. It comes in 3 different sizes to accommodate whichever height of ceiling you have in your room. Now, there are also many attachments which are solid and comfortable to use and are specifically designed for multiple functions. This is how easy it is to install. The pole is placed between the floor and ceiling and held in place by pressure. Just choose where you want to locate the pole and make sure it's vertically level and that there's a ceiling support or rafter above you. Just twist and lock the upper half of the pole and then lock it into place with the foot lever. There's even a mark that tells you when it's correctly installed. Just please make sure you read all the installation instructions carefully. So no tools are required, no messy drilling into walls. You can literally put the pole where you want it, when you want it. Grippo poles can be used in your living room, the bedroom, the toilet, the shower, or the bathroom. All of this without having to change your existing furniture. Now, the Grippo pole is also a great support system for care homes, where every resident has different needs in different rooms. No need to reconfigure or renovate rooms for new residents. The Grippo pole gives you the versatility to move and adapt to your residents' specific needs. Maybe there's a function room at your care home. The Grippo pole can be quickly assembled and installed in the function room and then removed just as easily the next day, without having to patch up the walls. If you'd like to know more about the Grippo pole, please go to our website. The details are on your screen now. We'd love to hear from you, and thanks for watching today.
So I'll move on, and I thank my colleague Tom for such a well done, quick little video instruction. So they're available again through us, through our dealer network throughout Canada. So I'm going to move on to Age Safe Canada. So I'll jump to the next slide. As we discussed, the number of seniors who wish to remain at home continues to rise, and there will be a staggering need for services, products, and knowledge. Given the vulnerable nature of many, it is necessary that a baseline of holistic knowledge be undertaken by those who work within the homes of seniors on a regular basis. And we hope that this is just the first step in the journey of learning and understanding of the seniors' clients and their home environments by those invited into their homes to provide services. So the Senior Homes Safety Specialist is a continuing education online platform that is aimed at professionals and businesses that visit seniors' homes on a regular basis. And I'll get into more of that. We all need to take the view that we are responsible for the safekeeping of those who wish to live at home as they age. As a contractor, care worker, financial advisor, home inspector, real estate agent, or family member. Although it's a major concern, the threat of falling isn't the only concern that we need to be aware of. We need to consider all aspects of home and tasks that can potentially be an issue. The Age Safe certificate combines general knowledge with the experience of many who have spent a lifetime working with the seniors community and in their homes. We have developed Age Safe Canada with an expert Canadian advisors who have shared the experience in order to make the course a valuable asset to their continuing professional development. And we'd like to thank our U.S. friends and colleagues at Age Safe America who have championed this criteria for many years and who have established a strong presence in the USA and around the world. A shout out to Fritzy Gros de Leon, the original Director of Education at Age Safe America, who has helped us with this process as well. The content presented is a survey of the environment and includes all things around the home of holistic in nature. It includes falls prevention, fire safety, security, personal security, fraud, and identity theft. And there are 13 modules that the client will go, or the candidate will go through over the course of approximately 5 to 6 hours. We are launching this officially on June the 1st. We have talked to several professional agencies, professional healthcare agencies who will be picking this up as their continuing education for their members. And we believe that it's a feedback we're getting is it's something that's needed, as there really isn't any baseline education formalized within the industry. And I'm very much looking forward to working with it going forward. And thank you again for your time. I'll wrap it up there. I will be online between 2 and 4 later this afternoon for any specific questions. Thanks, Marissa.
Hey, Jim, before I let you go, I just have a couple questions. Talk a little bit about, because the Grippo poll, phenomenal. I've never seen that before, actually. It's brilliant. And the stair walker, sometimes these things can be very expensive. So can you talk a little bit about some of the programs that exist, government programs that exist for people looking for some financial support?
Well, that's a Pandora's box. There really isn't a national coverage. In Ontario, there are tax credits if you have to pay out of pocket. The March of Dimes HVMP program, Home Vehicle Modification Program, is the only general program, but there was a big session a couple of weeks ago. Again, they're another group that's advocating for the government to push for more injection of funds into the living in place sector. As Bill pointed out earlier, only 13% of monies go into home care. So there really isn't, unfortunately, a lot of people have to go out of pocket for these type of devices. A Grippo pole is a little bit more expensive than some of the others on the market because of its look and aesthetics and the fact it's coming in from Northern Europe. Prices will come down as demand rises. The assist step in comparison to lifting devices, for example, should be between 30 to 40 and sometimes 50% less than a lift device. And it really depends on people's concept of what expense is. It's truly a well-made device and needs to be secure, obviously, to maintain people's posture up the stairs.
And obviously, you've been consulting for, is it 30 years? I think I heard 30 years. So you've been you've been in this business a long time. What's the biggest piece of advice you have for people who may not require assistive devices right now, but maybe are looking to plan for the future?
Well, that's just it. You look to plan. You look to identify potential issues. I mean, falls are probably the biggest number one concern. We address that in Age Safe course. On planning around that, try to eliminate the problems now. I know later in the day, financially, you'll be looking to plan how to make those changes. And it's certainly, I would say 90% of the clients I've dealt with in my client, it's always a reactionary event that makes it, and then that just causes stress and anger and frustration. If you plan for it, I'm planning for it. Hopefully I move to a bungalow, but not everybody has that option. Planning is the key, which is why we're here today. All right. Thanks so much for joining us. Thank you.
All right, our next speakers join us from Wellwise by Shoppers. Wellwise is a retail experience from Shoppers Drug Mart created to provide Canadians the ability to take control of how they age, stay longer in the home they love, and provide them with the help they need to make the most of every day. In a few minutes, you'll hear from Michael Kitchen, Director of Business Development. But first, we welcome Danica Bailey, Respiratory Manager for Wellwise by Shoppers. Hey, Danica.
Hello, thank you.
Great to have you.
Welcome to the Wellwise by Shoppers Partners in Home Healthcare Talk. My name is Danica Bailey. I am a registered nurse and a respiratory manager at Wellwise by Shoppers. My colleague is Mike Kitchen, our Director of Business Development, and he will take over from me shortly. For those in the audience who may not know about Wellwise by Shoppers, we wanted to tell you a little bit about who we are and what we offer. So here at Wellwise, we can't reiterate enough that age does not have to negatively impact your view of everyday life. Just because we're all getting older doesn't mean we must do less. In fact, it means we can explore and try new things. Our goal is to provide you with products and services to help maximize your own individual lifestyle. And now, more importantly than ever, we want to assist you and your loved ones to stay at home for as long as possible. As a leading Canadian company, we strive to help Canadians take control of how they age. We offer a wide range of products from incontinence, mobility, CPAP and sleep therapy, home safety, health monitoring, compression, and so much more. If you haven't done so already, I encourage you to visit one of our 43 locations or discover more online at wellwise.ca. Now let's dive deeper, into our sleep and CPAP category. So it's no surprise that a good night's rest can make you feel better, but good quality sleep also has a positive impact on your overall health. This includes your physical, mental, and emotional well-being. Healthy sleep can also help keep you safe. Studies have shown that sleeping only 6 hours per night is associated with a 33% increased risk of motor vehicle accidents compared to sleeping 7 or 8 hours a night. Some researchers have started to suggest that sleep quality is actually more important than sleep duration. And a growing number of studies have demonstrated that both short sleep duration and poor sleep quality increase the risk of developing cardiovascular disease. Public Health Canada reports that a quarter of Canadians aged 65 to 79 are not getting enough sleep. Insufficient sleep can be caused by lifestyle factors such as stress and diet, by chronic conditions such as incontinence, and by health conditions such as asthma, heart disease, and sleep apnea. There are many ways to improve your sleep, some of which are more easily done than others, of course. It really does depend on what's going on and what's causing the insufficient sleep. But one simple way to do that is actually just taking a survey of your sleep environment and making small changes to create more of a sleep sanctuary. So think anything that impacts your senses. So what you see, hear, smell, touch, perhaps taste even, can impact your sleep. So ideally, we want to have a cool room, a dark room, a quiet room with comfortable bedding, and perhaps some other things to help promote relaxation, such as lavender diffuser, for example. In the city, being quiet may actually involve getting a sound machine, for example, to block out some outside noise. So as I said, taking a look at your sleep environment and making some small changes to create more of that sanctuary relaxation type room can actually go quite a long way. And at Wellwise, we have a team of sleep consultants that can provide recommendations based on your individual needs to help you improve your sleep. Okay, and then we'll take a look at sleep apnea. So sleep apnea is becoming more of a common term that people are getting familiar with. But for those who are not, sleep apnea is a potentially serious sleep disorder in which breathing starts and stops throughout the night as someone is sleeping. The most common type of sleep apnea is obstructive sleep apnea. And what's happening there is there's actually a physical obstruction in the airway preventing normal breathing. And that obstruction is usually relaxed muscles. So what happens is someone gets relaxed, their muscles relax and the airway closes completely or partially and opens up many times throughout the night. As a result of not having a proper breath, blood oxygen levels decrease, and that causes a lot of stress on our body. Over time, this can have very serious consequences on someone's health. People with untreated sleep apnea are at an increased risk of developing type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure that's medication resistant, and increase the risk of having other cardiac events such as a heart attack or stroke. So it's very important that people get treated for their sleep apnea and stay on their treatment. And that's easier said than done, of course. So the best way to treat obstructive sleep apnea is through what we call CPAP therapy. And CPAP stands for continuous positive airway pressure. And it's really the gold standard for treating obstructive sleep apnea. What it does is there's a machine that's connected to a tube, which is connected to a mask that the sleeper will wear on their face. And that machine actually blows air through the tube and mask to help keep the airway open so that it can't close, and that will allow for regular breathing and healthier sleep. At Wellwise, we have a full complement of products to help support our clients on CPAP therapy. We offer the leading machines, masks, and tubes. And we also carry a variety of items that help make life with CPAP a little bit easier. So if anybody knows someone with CPAP, they probably know there's some cleaning involved. And we carry a variety of products like the So Clean and Lumen, brushes and wipes to help make that maintenance a little bit easier. At Wellwise, we have a team of sleep consultants, which is comprised of registered nurses, registered respiratory therapists, and registered polysomnographic technologists, which is a very long way of saying a registered sleep technician, essentially. And what they will do is create a personalized treatment plan in conjunction with the prescription to ensure that our clients are successful on their CPAP therapy long-term. So at Wellwise, our team is here and we are ready to help, and we look forward to seeing you at one of our many locations. And now my colleague Mike will take you through our home services, another area where we can be your home healthcare partner. Thank you.
Thanks, Danica. Our next section will focus on home services and the various products and services that Wellwise has to offer. One of the key themes we've seen emerge during the pandemic has been living in place and consumers wanting to extend the number of years they're able to live in the home they love. There's a variety of challenges that can arise when you're looking to potentially move from your home, such as an affordable solution for the next phase of your life where proper care will be provided, and finding a setting where one doesn't feel isolated as they age. But if the longevity of one's home can be extended, there's many benefits that it can bring, including a feeling of ongoing independence and high quality of life, a continued connection with the community that one has been a part of for many years, along with the eliminated stress of having to adapt to a new living environment. So to accommodate extending the life of your home, there's really 4 primary areas where Wellwise can help, though at this time, these services are limited to individuals in Ontario. The first is bathroom safety, where the majority of falls and accidents occur that can unfortunately potentially lead to time in the hospital and then rehabilitation. And so to prevent these types of injuries from occurring, we can offer and install grab bars, right height toilets, and walk-in tubs, among other products. Home comfort is the second area where we can help. This can take the form of adjustable beds for being able to get in and out of bed comfortably each day, custom railings to help prevent falls, along with mobility products to help maintain independence. The third area is home entry, where we have a variety of different ramps, railings, and lifts to help overcome stairs, which it may have become more of a challenge to navigate over time. And then the final area we have is elevators and lifts. One of the most common aging individuals face over time is transitioning from one floor to another. And so we offer custom elevators and various types of lifts to ensure a safe transfer from one level of your home to the other. So from a process perspective, how this works is you can contact us either online through wellwise.ca, where there's an online form where you can fill out the type of service that you're interested in, or you can simply call us at 1-888-603-4369 to speak to someone from our team. Our team of experienced trained technicians will then visit your home to complete an assessment and provide a quote. And then once the quote is approved, we'll complete the installation on a date and time that's convenient for you. On behalf of Danica and myself and the entire WellWise team, we want to quickly say thank you for joining us today and listening to our presentation. To show our appreciation, we would like to extend to all attendees an exclusive offer of $10 off your next wellwise.ca purchase. Just be sure to use the promo code WellWise10 during checkout. We hope you've enjoyed learning about WellWise by Shoppers and how we can be your partner in home health care. We do encourage you to please visit one of our 42 locations across the country or to discover us online at wellwise.ca. Lastly, both Danica and myself, along with others from our team, will be available in the breakout rooms later this afternoon to answer any questions you may have about either CPAP or home services. Thank you so much, and really hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much to both of you for being here. Now, again, before I let you go, I've just got a few questions. Natasha and I have a few questions, I should say. My first is for Danica. Michael spoke about how people come out to the house to do an assessment for some of the services they may need. How exactly do assessments occur for people looking for sleep consultants? How would that assessment happen?
For CPAP specifically, or sleep in general?
Sleep in general.
Sleep in general, sure. So you could visit just any of our locations or put an inquiry through on our website to get in touch with one of our sleep consultants. With COVID right now, things are being done virtually for the most part, but it's as simple as that. And sorry, in terms of the assessment, it would be about a 30-minute consultation with the sleep consultant where there would be a quick review of sleep hygiene, some education shared, and then perhaps some recommendations just based on what the assessment showed.
Perfect, thank you. All right, if you have any questions or you want to learn more about any of the products, services, or companies you've heard about today, we'll have experts available to chat with you live at the end of the program. Just follow the link to the live chat experience, which you can find below on this page. Chat rooms will open at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll be back after this short break to talk about some innovative ways to pay for your future needs. But before we go, the future is now when it comes to robots being used for living-in-place care.
Hello, my name is Stevie and welcome to my lab. I am learning to help people stay independent as they age.
Robots specifically designed for our aging population are poised to radically impact the ways in which we care for older adults.
069 069.
Hello.
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 Oh dear.
We could do this forever.
Oh, no, we could.
Meanwhile, robots are also being developed to help combat social isolation among seniors.
Would you like to dance with me?
Yes.
This song is In the Mood by Glenn Miller.
While others are encouraging older adults to engage in physical activity in a fun way. Also coming down the pipe, robots designed to make life easier as we age in our homes, including bots to carry our groceries home, to deliver meals and medications, and to help you carry heavier items up the stairs.
Most people want to stay in their homes as long as possible as they get older, but nothing is certain in these unpredictable times. That's why the Zoomer and CARP are presenting the Living in Place Explained Virtual Summit. Our team of experts is sharing detailed information and practical steps you can take to stay in the home you love as you age, including determining what modifications to make, what services are available, and how technology is helping. Joining us live from the Zoomer Media Studios in Toronto is Marissa Lennox, and from Vancouver, Natasha Raey. The Living in Place Explained Virtual Summit begins now.
Welcome back. I'm Natasha Raey, joining you live from our Vancouver studios. When we talk about in-home services and renovations for living in place, one question that gets asked a lot is, how can I afford it?
And I'm Marissa Lennox in Toronto. One of those options for paying for your retirement living is a reverse mortgage. But how exactly does it work? Yvonne Ziomecki is the Executive Vice President of Home Equity Bank and the co-author of a new book called Home Run: The Reverse Mortgage Advantage. Yvonne, it's so great to see you. Congratulations on your new book. Tell us a little bit about it.
Great to see you too, and I'm so happy you were able to pull this summit together between Toronto and Vancouver and bring this very important information to everybody. So, we didn't let a good crisis go to waste last year. Steve Ranson, who's our CEO, and I spent a year writing a book about aging in place, about retirement, and it got published earlier this year. It's called, as you said, Home Run: The Reverse Mortgage Advantage. It's a really easy resource for people in retirement, and it doesn't just cover reverse mortgages. It talks about the Canadian real estate market and what's been happening over the years. It talks about aging in place and like you said, what modifications may be required for people who want to stay in their house. It talks about various options that people have in retirement. And I share a lot of personal stories. I came to Canada when I was 18 from Poland. My parents still live in Poland. So I talk a little bit about talking about money with your parents, talking about money with your children. And I think overall, we've been hearing it's a really interesting read, and we'll be giving away some copies at the end of the segment, I believe.
Thank you, Yvonne. So you say there are 4 R's when it comes to taking charge of our retirement, the first being review. Can you tell us about that?
Absolutely. So it's not really just for people in their retirement. Everybody at any age should be reviewing their financial situation, but especially if you're transitioning towards retirement and into retirement, it's time to review. So you should review, what do you have? What are your assets? What are your liabilities? What are the bills that you're paying on regular basis? And then figure out from that assessment if you have enough to fund the lifestyle that you're looking forward to in retirement. The other thing that you should be doing is you should be looking at how you want to live in retirement. So, do you like your current neighborhood? Do you like the amenities that it offers? Are your friends nearby? Because I think when you do that part really, really well, then you're much better set up for taking the next step and making the right decisions for yourself.
And tell us a little bit about the other 3 R's then, Yvonne.
Okay, so the second R is research. So this is a longer R. So you've reviewed your financial situation. You know what you want. You know where you want to live and the type of lifestyle you're looking forward to. And now you need to do research because you probably have to make some decisions. So you should research if you're thinking about downsizing, for example. You should research where you would like to move and what are the costs of downsizing to that new location, how much would the house cost, and then do some pros and cons, because there are financial considerations to downsizing and there's also emotional considerations to downsizing. But I think that's why we say in the book the research part is really important to learn about all those things. You should also look at what your financial situation looks like and what are the other options that you may have. So if you have an existing mortgage, for example, or if you have credit cards that are outstanding, you should be looking at what are some of the options financing options for you. So are you paying $24.99 on your credit card? Are you getting a line of credit? Are you getting a loan from a private lender, for example, for 10 or 12%? And then look at the pension income that you're bringing in. Can you afford to service your loans and your debt a little bit cheaper? So in that research part, you're also looking at here we were showing the different types of loans and mortgages that people can take and what the different interest rates are. You should also research for staying in the house that you want, what you want that house to look like. So that's where Wellwise or your other partners come in, where they can make modifications to the house. So if you're looking to add a ramp, it may start at $2,500. If you're building an elevator, it may be $20,000. If you are having someone to come in and just do light housekeeping, a little bit of cleaning, a little bit of cooking, maybe that could be $500. And if you're going towards a PSW, so personal support worker, that would probably be around $3,500. So that's the research part where you're trying to figure out what your retirement is going to cost, what it's going to look like, and finding best choices. And the last thing, I know I've been talking for a while, the last thing is, consult your kids, consult the family, get quotes, get references for the tradespeople that you will have coming to your house. Never, never, never pay upfront a full amount, and make sure that you have a contract. Those are really important parts of this phase in retirement, where you're staying in your home and you're making modifications.
And how does someone get started? Do you start with getting an estimate, and at what rate are you looking for?
When it comes to reverse mortgages, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. So the third R would be reverse. So a lot of people in retirement own their own homes, and you don't have to own your home outright, meaning you can have a small mortgage or a small loan on your property. And there are two ways. You can give us a call, or you can go online. A lot of customers really like to do their own research. There's a lot of information online. If you come to chip.ca, you will find a lot of information. What you'll find is explanation how the product works, how reverse mortgages work. So you will learn that it's just like a regular mortgage. The only difference is that as long as you stay in your home, you're actually not making any monthly mortgage payments. So whatever income that you may need, or whatever money you were using to pay off a conventional mortgage, now you don't have to make those payments. You stay in your house. You have to be 55 or older. On average, actually, our customer is around 72 years old. And so as I said before, you come on our website, chip.ca, or you give us a call. And the first step is figuring out an estimate, how much money we could give you. So we will ask your age, your address, how much you think the value of your house is. Right now, it's really hard to figure out the value of the house because the real estate market has been on fire across the country. So it may be worth more than you realize, but it's really worth going through that. On our website, you'll also have access to calculators. So you can figure out not just how much money you need, but how much money you're going to have left over down the road. So right now on the screen, we have this graph. So let's say there was a house we could find in Toronto or in Vancouver for $600,000. And then the chart illustrates what happens 10 years down the road. So basically, the best way to think about it is you only borrow a small portion of the value of the house. So if it's worth $600,000 and you borrow $100,000, it's a relatively small amount. At the end of the first year, let's say the interest is 5%, you would owe $5,000 in interest. But if the house appreciates over time at 3%, so at the end of the first year, your house would be worth $618,000. Just a really straightforward math, because interest is only on what you borrow and the entire value of the house appreciates. So if you take that 18 minus 5, you're still ahead by $13,000 just in year one. And then it continues the further it goes along. Now, I'll tell you one thing, 3% is an extremely conservative home appreciation rate. I mean, we've been seeing 10, 15, 20, even 30%. But on average over time in Canada, CREA says it's around 5.5%. So your house will appreciate by about 5.5%, and you only accumulate interest on the small portion that you borrowed.
All right, and of course the fourth R being relax. So I guess just take a big, deep sigh of relief, is that?
Well, I always tell people that money is good for two things. Money is good for lifestyle and money is good for relationships. And a lot of our clients, and I talk to our clients on a weekly basis, our brand ambassador, Kurt Browding, and I have been calling clients for the last few months, just checking in on them and listening to their life stories. And in every single story, what really comes out is how this money from CHIP, from reverse mortgage, really changed their life for the better. So we hear all kinds of stories. So the one the one that I think we have coming up is a picture of, I think it's from Spain. And we had a customer in Edmonton who lived in a condo, and he was in his 80s and decided that Spain was on top of his bucket list and he wasn't getting any younger. And right before pandemic hit, November before the pandemic, he went away to Spain for a month-long trip and spent a month exploring and just enjoying himself. Right now, with the exploding real estate market, what we are hearing and what we're seeing, a lot of people are coming not just to the bank of mom and dad, but also to the bank of grandma and grandpa and getting money for down payments to try to get into the real estate market. And last but not least, with the pandemic, people, it's the theme of your summit, of your conference. People want to age in place. People realize how much they love their homes and everything about them, and the porch, and watching the neighbors walk by and being able to take a dog out for a walk in the neighborhood. So a lot of people are coming to us asking for money for renovations and adaptations, because the railing on the porch is not as stable as it should be. I talked to a woman who lives in Leaside here in Toronto a couple of weeks ago, and she was entering her house through the side door for the last 10 years because her porch wasn't stable. She got chipped, she paid off some small debts, and then she built herself a really nice porch. It has a nice railing. She sent me pictures waving from the porch, but it's about enhancing the lifestyle and really enjoying your retirement years. So opportunities or options are really endless for how people want to use it. And we've been doing this for 35 years. We're really good at it. We love our customers. So I always invite people, call in, ask for information. There's no obligation. You don't have to make a decision on the spot. There's no pressure sales tactics, but I think it's important to know what your options are.
You spoke about children going to their parents and their grandparents, the bank of mom and dad, to help them get into the real estate market. So how do you recommend people start to broach those conversations with their children? Because you're trying to save for your retirement, ensure you have enough money, but at the same time support your children, but you want to make sure that you still have the funds that you need. So what is your advice in terms of having those conversations as a family?
Yeah, so each family is different. So I'll tell you a story, because my parents can't watch this show because they're far away and they won't say anything. But I talk about this all the time. But even in our family, my parents are not very open about money, and they have 2 daughters. They don't really want us to know too much. So it's not always easy, but you have to find the right time. So I always tell people, don't rush into it. Don't make it too formal. You almost have to find the right moment. Don't do it around big holidays, upcoming long weekend or Thanksgivings or other celebrations, because that's not the right time. But look for cues, look for clues. So we just launched a new advertising campaign on Monday, and it's about a granddaughter talking to mom, who's played by Jane Eastwood, to grandma, who's played by Jane Eastwood. And she says, Mommy says you're moving out soon. You're going to go to a place where other grandmas and grandpas live. And I've got a couple of emails from people this morning saying, I watched this with my mom, and this was a really good conversation starter, because my mom said, well, it sounds like something you would get your daughter to tell me. So look for kind of natural opportunities. If you are in your parents' house, and I know it's harder now during the pandemic and bills are piling up, that's probably unopened bills. That's probably a good time. Talk about your kids wanting to get into the real estate market, and ask your parents for stories how they got into the real estate market. And you will find, you just have to be emotionally astute. You will find a window, a door. Either they'll let you in, or you create your own opportunity to have that conversation, and then make time for it. Don't rush out. Don't force people to make any quick decisions. Just give it time, because people need time to think through, especially financial matters.
I am curious, Yvonne, what has the trend been throughout COVID? Obviously, the market, you mentioned, it's exploded. So Can you hear me all right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So obviously the trend, what has the trend been during COVID? The market, you mentioned it's exploded. Have people been more interested in looking at this as an option?
Absolutely. So in our contact center, which is where people would call to get some information, we can't basically keep up with the demand. Everybody's busy. We're taking a lot of calls. I believe the number of inquiries from customers, just even in Q4 of last year, were up 45% year over year. So not to say everybody who's calling is ending up getting CHIP or getting reverse mortgage, but a lot more people are considering it. A lot more people are interested. We have adult children calling and asking questions on behalf of their parents. I think that's really a sign of a trend in this market, because again, everybody is feeling safe and secure in their home, and that's where they want to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. Our next speakers are here to talk about another kind of option for preparing for your future needs. The pandemic has highlighted two important facts. Canada has a long-term crisis, and Canadian seniors want to age in place. My Dignity has partnered with CARP and the McLennan Group to create CARP Home Care Assistance. Let's start by putting the long-term care needs of Canadians in perspective.
Whether we like it or not, we're getting older as a society. The prospect of an aging population has been with us for a long time. And although aging in Canada has evolved almost exactly as projected, the outlook is still somewhat shocking.
In the coming decade, there will be more than 8 million Canadians over age 65. For the first time, there are now more seniors in our country than children under 14. 90% of people over 65 are currently living with at least one chronic condition, and many with more than one, like diabetes, cancer, and heart disease.
As Canada's population ages, these chronic conditions will require even more focus. The number of Canadians currently on wait lists for long-term care facilities is still in the thousands, with no end in sight. Many Canadians think that the obvious solution to an aging population is to rely on the government, not appreciating they are merely a recipient of limited care with no control over who treats you, when you receive care, and what services are provided.
There is nothing personal about publicly funded home care. It's all about how the individual, the person in need of care, fits into the system. Most of the time, there is a gap in the amount of care that is delivered. And so families are in a situation where they're filling in the gaps.
Further, government-funded home care services are becoming increasingly more restrictive every year and mainly addressing the more acute, short-term medical needs, leaving the less urgent but no less important activities of daily living assistance to informal caregivers. Informal home care assistance provided by family is not a minor commitment, averaging 20 hours of dedicated care per week, often resulting in signs of distress, anger, and depression. As all the facts and figures of our aging population are analyzed, pondered, and fretted over by millions of us, there's a simple solution to at least ensure that we can be looked after when we can no longer look after ourselves.
Cynthia Schindler and Miles Posner of My Dignity have dedicated their careers to improving the quality of life for Canadian seniors. And they're here to talk about their insurance product that gives you peace of mind for your future. Cynthia and Miles, it's great to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here. I'm Miles, AKA George Burns, and my sidekick, Gracie Allen, AKA Cynthia.
Hi, everybody.
Before we start, we both want everybody out there to think positive and test negative. We hope you're doing well. Thank you. Now, My Dignity has worked hand in hand with the McLennan Group for over 12 years. The McLennan Group has been CARP's preferred insurance provider since 1993. That's 28 years and still counting. We are both very proud to be part of both organizations, the McLennan Group and CARP, a powerful partnership. So, what you see on the screen is a stat indicating that people in their senior years will require some form of care. Well, 70 is not the figure. The actual figure today is 74% of people age 65 and older will need some form of care in their lifetime. That's 3 out of 4. That's a very startling statistic. The only number that is more definite is that we are unfortunately going to die. So, how did we get here?
Good question.
Needing care was never an issue in the past. It was never part of people's DNA. Everybody died younger, and care was not an issue as it is today. The fact is, we're living longer due to improvements in medical technology and lifestyle, but not necessarily healthier. As mentioned by the good doctor in the video that you just saw, 90% of people over 65 are living with at least one chronic condition like cancer, disease, and diabetes, and many with more than one. The intent is not to scare you, but rather to educate you so that you can be prepared for what's coming. Simply, people need to have a strategy in place for when the time comes and when they can no longer care for themselves. So what are the options available? We have 4 of them that we've highlighted. One, obviously, is relying on the government. But the recent pandemic has brought something to mind that most people want to stay at home when the time comes. And they want to be in control of who will take care of them. Okay, fair enough. 2, rely on family and friends. I don't believe this is a strategy. I think this is shifting the obligation and the responsibility to people, their family and friends, who are not trained to be caregivers, because it is a very demanding job. What about borrowing funds? But think about it. Who really wants to go into debt in their senior years? I don't know. And especially when that person passes away, they leave the family high and dry. Perhaps we can dip into our savings or encroach upon our assets that we've worked so long and hard to accumulate. But talking to people, most would rather leave it to their loved ones to give them a fighting chance because, let's face it, life is not a dress rehearsal. Number 4, well, what about purchasing insurance for pennies on the dollars? We'll take a look. Now, one can pick their poison, but the 2 most logical choices are relying on the government or planning with insurance, which we'll investigate a little further. Let's compare relying on the government to having a plan. Well, relying on the government is like being in the army. You're a recipient of care. You don't have any control over who, when, or what services are provided. It's limited at best. A couple of examples that have been relayed to us. A woman over 65 was needing to have care by being bathed and dressed, but the knock on the door was from a man. A very humiliating situation, as she would have preferred to have a woman. Where is the dignity there? One more example. We know of a woman who used to wake up, and it's not all women, at 9 o'clock, but the knock on the door was at 6 o'clock. What a way to mess up your day. Where is the respect in all of this? And don't forget, any government assistance is really only custodial in nature, which means bathing and dressing. There's no way that they're going to get involved in what is known as instrumental activities of daily living, which are vital. For example, what about purchasing food or light housekeeping or even preparing food? It doesn't happen. So on the other side of the equation, you're planning with insurance, you are a consumer. You have control of all the things that you need. So let's move on a little bit, okay, and take a look at some of the insurance options. What's available out there? Well, traditional insurance, it's going by way of the dodo bird. There's only a couple of companies left on the market. The reason is 50% of the people that apply are declined. Why? I mean, insurance is a great opportunity. The reason is their method and their underwriting and their process is antiquated. Really, it's not a formula for any insurance company to remain in the market, which leads me to introduce CARP Home Care Assistance. It's easy to get. 95% of the people are approved. It's affordable when you see and you ask us for the rates. And you are in control. It's a simple application. There's actually no medical involved, just a simple health questionnaire. Now, I'd like to pass the floor on to Cynthia because she will go into some of the features of the plan. But just remember, the plan was designed because it's a gift for Canadians. Cynthia, please take over.
Thanks, George Burns. Miles. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here with you sharing information because knowledge is actually key to one's future quality of life. So let's take a close look at the CARP Home Care Assistance Plans. They were designed for CARP members and they were created to fill the gap that exists in our system. And it's something that families struggle with when they're providing care for a loved one. Having a plan allows you to choose the type of care that you require. And you can appreciate it in the familiarity and in the comfort of your own home. That's very important to Canadians. Also, the plan is very flexible, which is something I really appreciate about it because it allows you to direct your care your way. It's provided so much peace of mind for families when they are in a position where they have to care for a loved one, because believe me, that is the most stressful time in life and you need to have a plan for it. Now, yes, the focus of the coverage of the home care plan is home care, but there's lots of other benefits too. Now, you might be asking yourself, and you should be asking yourself, this important question: how do I qualify for benefits? What has to happen for me to begin using my plan? Well, it's actually really simple. Nice to have something simple for a change. It would involve your doctor indicating on a claim form that something has changed for you, either physically or cognitively, and you need the assistance of another person. Now, this could be a short-term situation, and we've seen many claims like that. You know, you might have undergone a surgical procedure and you need some assistance in your own home. Maybe you've had a fracture or an injury. Okay, again, another short-term situation, or maybe something longer term where you're dealing with the ramifications of a serious illness and you need help at home. Or maybe you're one of the few lucky ones that make it into your 90s relatively unscathed, but you know, the body starts to let us down and we get a little frail with time. It's irrelevant how we get there. The key is that your doctor would have to indicate on a claim form that you're having difficulty with 2 out of what they call activities of daily living. The first one is transferring. That deals with issues associated with mobility and ambulation. It's one of the last things that we learn as a child, but it's one of the first things that we can lose as an adult. And if we're having trouble with transferring ourselves or moving about, you're surely going to be having trouble with the next 2 activities of daily living, which are bathing and dressing. So that's actually 3 out of the 6 activities of daily living right there. So in the slogan of the famous lending commercial that's on TV right now, approved. No, seriously. So that would be how you would begin the process of utilizing your plan. Now, there are other activities of daily living that could come into a play. The 4th one might be that you're having trouble to use the washroom with good hygiene. Or the 5th, maybe you've had difficulty with holding your bladder or your bowel. And lastly, the most serious of all, and hopefully the most likely or the least likely for all of us, is the ability to eat. which interestingly enough, that's the first thing that we learn as a child, but the last thing we could lose as an adult. Phenomenal life cycle. Now, besides physically needing assistance, there's also the ability to qualify because you have a cognitive limitation. And that doesn't mean full-blown dementia. It means that, you're in a situation where you need somebody to think and rationalize for you. So when people find themselves in that situation, that would be the time that you would begin, either yourself, your power of attorney, your loved ones, you begin selecting the different services, supplies, and equipment that you would need to remain in your own home. So it might be ordering your favorite dinner from your favorite restaurant, or maybe you've got to do some modifications to your home so that you can remain there longer safely. It might be a chairlift, a walk-in tub, or maybe you're using a walker and the carpets need to be removed because that's a safety hazard. Whatever it is, you have the flexibility to direct your care your way, and I cannot stress to you how important that is. Now, undoubtedly, the biggest expense associated with our future care is going to be labor costs. Because if you can't do for yourself, somebody has to do for you. And don't despair, because that's one of the primary features of the home care plan. We've got you covered. Now, people reach us, and this will allow you to be able to hire somebody that you like, who will come into your home at the time you need them to come and do what you need to have done. And also, we are there right behind you if you need assistance with finding resources or making those claims. You're not alone. And I think that's very important for people to know that they have backup, that they've got a support system. Now, we realize too that, there comes a time in life where we may not have access to a simple health plan that would cover things like a semi-private hospital room. So very cleverly, the plan actually includes a mini health plan that would pay for things like hospitalization costs, diagnostic tests, even MRIs. Yes, our system covers that, but can you afford to wait 4 months? And if you have a serious problem, that is what's going to jump you into the healthcare system. And the good news is that neither the home care or the mini health plan have any waiting period. You don't have to satisfy an elimination period. Those benefits are there immediately. And the mini health plan doesn't need to be triggered because you have a cognitive or physical dependency. You have access to it whenever you need it. Let's look at some of the highlights of the plan. The only choice you really have to make is how big of a virtual bank account or line of credit would you like to create and earmark for that time in the future when you need assistance in your own home? You have a choice. You can choose 50, 100, or 150,000 tax-free dollars. And you should include your spouse, because if I've got 150,000 and he has 150,000, that's 300,000 tax-free dollars earmarked for our care at home. That's a tremendous way to protect your nest egg that you've worked so hard for many years to acquire, okay? All for pennies on the dollar. The benefits are for life as long as you have acquired the policy before age 81, and premiums are based on the age that we are. And you need to walk through the door when the door is open, when you're reasonably healthy. The other best kept secret is that this plan qualifies as a private health services plan, meaning that the premium is deductible as a business expense or as an expense applied to the medical tax credit, and yet none of the benefits are taxable. So I want you to think about this plan as your customized personal health plan that's going to protect your independence and your dignity and your savings, along with your primary assets like properties and your home. Note that we will be there every step of the way from beginning to end, helping you determine which plan is right for you, helping you with an application, with the eligibility criteria, ensuring that it fits your budget. And again, always going to be there in the event that you have a claim and you're struggling with the system. We're there. We're going to help you get through that. And remember, we also have connections. We've been so fortunate to have connections to various resources and service providers, so we can assist you in looking for what you may need. Again, your care, your way. It's not just our slogan, it's our commitment to you. That's the way we and the McLennan Group do business. So please join us. Don't procrastinate. Call us at 1-877-851-4520 or visit us online, yourcareyourway.ca. Look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I had a follow-up question. So premiums are based upon age at application. So when do you recommend people should buy in?
I can take that. It's Miles. Usually 50 and up is probably a good time because the kids presumably are finishing university, your mortgage is presumably paid off, your parents are aging, people around you are having difficulty. So that is a good time to look at it, quite honestly. And of course, unfortunately, some people look at it when they're in their mid to late 70s. It's going to cost more. And sometimes the health conditions that we all develop, because every year God takes a piece of us, okay, are going to get in the way. So that's a great time. And especially if you're in business when you're 50 years old, you can use the premium as an expense and the benefit is non-taxable. I hope that answers the question.
And can you talk to us a little bit about your rates? How would they vary for someone who's buying in at, say, 50 versus, as you mentioned, 75, a little bit later in life?
Sure, Cynthia. Well, I think depending, and it's in the $50 a month, I guess, range when you're in your 50s, okay? And when in your 70s, depending if you're a woman or a man, because women are more expensive. The reason being they live longer, they'll need care longer. So you could get up to maybe $100 for a $50,000 plan, and maybe up to a couple $100 a month, but usually in around that area. And if you're 80, okay, it's going to be very expensive. Well, not
but
really.
Still not out of the reach of most people.
No.
We insure people that are 80 all of the time, and I've never seen happier 80-year-olds. The fact that they can get insurance coverage for something that's worrying them, that keeps them up at night, that worries their families, it's a blessing. It's an absolute blessing, and no Canadian should be without it. You need to have a strategy. As Miles said earlier, life's not a dress rehearsal.
Not to mention home care costs can be astronomical. Now, when I've spoken to my parents about this, they often tell me that I'm their insurance. So my next question is, what advice do you have for people that are looking to have this conversation with family?
You better call us because we'll get you on the right track. You know, we see a trend where young professionals are actually helping their parents by getting a plan, which they are the payor of. I mean, it is truly pennies on the dollar compared to what it's going to cost if you don't have a plan. And it will be the most difficult time in life and put such a strain on people's relationships. It doesn't have to be that way. You just have to be educated about what exists and take action. Don't procrastinate. Too many times the phone rings in our call center where people, it's too late. They took too long to make a decision. And the next thing you know, the door closed, and it's heartbreaking because you can't do a thing about it then.
Right, conquer your guilt.
All right, well, thank you so much to you both for being here. If you have questions or want to learn more about any of the products, services, or companies you've heard about today, we'll have experts available to chat with you live at the end of the program. Just follow the link to the live chat experience, which you can find below on this page. Chat rooms will open at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific.
When we come back from this short break, we're going to hear about some important ways to stay active and connected to your community. Don't go away.
Most people want to stay in their homes as long as possible as they get older, but nothing is certain in these unpredictable times. That's why the Zoomer and CARP are presenting the Living in Place Explained virtual. Most people want to stay in their homes as long as possible as they get older, but nothing is certain in these unpredictable times. That's why the Zoomer and CARP are presenting the Living in Place Explained virtual summit. Our team of experts is sharing detailed information and practical steps you can take to stay in the home you love as you age, including determining what modifications to make, what services are available, and how technology is helping. Joining us live from the Zoomer Media Studios in Toronto is Marissa Lennox, and from Vancouver, Natasha Raey. The Living in Place Explained virtual summit begins now.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us today. I'm Natasha Raey from Vancouver, and this is Living in Place Explained, presented by the Zoomer and CARP.
And I'm Marissa Lennox. For this final session, we want to talk to you about your physical and mental well-being. And what better way to start things off than with a laugh? Here's Canadian comedic treasure Mary Walsh on the Idea City stage in 2019.
When I was young, back before the earth hardened, particularly during those very difficult adolescent years, adults were always saying to me, oh, enjoy yourself now, Mary, because this is the best time of your entire life. And I thought, gentle German Jesus, if this is the best time of my whole life, I'm just going to go hang myself right now. Turns out they were completely wrong. And that wasn't true at all. Turns out that this is the absolute best time of my whole life. And yet, here I am on the real slippery slope side of 60 and really starting to pick up speed, I'll tell you.
Laughter is so good for you, and so is feeling connected. And it's something we're all missing right now, thanks to social distancing and the pandemic. And when we can again, we need to be active and engaged with our community.
We're joined now by Greg Sharanya, owner of Saskatoon's Home Instead Senior Care, which provides private in-home or hospital care services. Greg, what are the dangers of social isolation for seniors? And talk a little bit about the importance of staying connected.
Well, sure. First, thank you to CARP and Zoomer for putting on such a fine event. I'm excited for the topic, and I think it's excellent that we're talking about how do we live the chapters of life that lay ahead of us. There's a lot of living to be done, and so to the topic about social isolation and disconnection and conversely connection, we know that especially this last year that being connected has been tough, and overall, we know that for seniors, particularly as we age, we run into challenges that impinge or hinder our ability to stay connected with loved ones and with family, and friends and our community. And the research is showing us that effectively social disconnection, isolation, loneliness is said to be the next world health crisis, that being lonely or isolated is the equivalent effect on our well-being as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. And there's all kinds of research that talks about heightened increases for risk for aging adults with respect to depression and risk of heart attack. I think it's 30% of seniors, 1/3 of the Canadian population of seniors is said to be living in some degree of loneliness or isolation. 32% have an increased risk of stroke, and 64% have an increased risk for dementia. So those are troubling stats, and the antidote is to remain connected, to keep our close people close, and to figure out creative ways sometimes to do that, and we experience the health benefits when we can.
Isolation was a problem before COVID. Many experts are warning that there will be an echo pandemic that's triggered because of COVID. You talked about some of those numbers. Do people contact you for help when they're lonely?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think people contact a home care company like us when they perceive that they need a little help doing some things. And if we listen right, and if we ask the right questions and we have the right conversation, sometimes it comes out that the client will say, really at the end of the day, I am kind of lonely. I look forward to, the person that you're going to send to me a few times a week to be my person, to have someone to talk to. My kids live far away, and my world, my circle is getting smaller as I age. So I really look forward to that. Like they know in themselves that they need that connection. Sometimes it's the adult son or daughter will call, and similar conversation. We talk about practical needs and helps and the things that we can do to help that person live in place successfully. And then they might mention, offhandedly or sort of in passing, really, I think mom's lonely. Dad died last year. Of course, she's still dealing with grief and loss, and, she can do a lot of the things around the house, but, I'm in Vancouver, she's in Toronto. The rest of the siblings live far away, and we think that, really having somebody come on a regular basis would be really great for her. And that's really how we view our service, coming alongside family, being an extension of the family care team to provide at the heart of it, that companionship piece, out of which all flows, all the practical things and living life to the best in the moment.
And we know that as children, we often try and do so much to take care of our parents, but I also know that caregiver fatigue is a real thing. So when should families start exploring options for this type of care?
Well, that's a great question. And I think it goes back to Marissa's question earlier for Miles and Cynthia. We have some research in our network that says when we hit our 40s, give or take, and our parents are in their 70s, that's actually a really good time to start a conversation around what we value, what our goals are. That's when, the guide that we have is called the 40-70 rule, or the action plan for successful aging. And it's a way to get both generations connected and talking. So the younger generation might just say, as things are progressing here, as you age, what are your goals? Would you like to stay in your home? And if the answer is yes, and then, there's all the resources that we've been hearing about this morning that can be, researched and employed. And what we want to get at there is this open-handed, open-hearted, ongoing conversation about what matters most, what's still on your bucket list, and to factor in, how much is family able to help. The caregiver fatigue often happens for the spouse, right, who is, committed and there 24/7 and almost refusing to take a break because it's their role, right? And then the other is families that, are no longer in the same town and not able to provide that sort of contact and care. And so there's two parts to the equation, right? Introducing a little care, figuring out what the game plan is, it, provides excellent quality of life for the person that is living in place there, but it also provides great peace of mind for the rest of the family who are, either raising their own kids or living away and, starting to worry.
And what do your staff specifically do in the home then?
Well, a full scope of care, everything from, like I said at the beginning, the heart of our work is companionship, that one-on-one engagement and activity to understand a person's story and figure out what their goals are and talk with them about, what their plans are, how to support the rest of the family. So it could be everything from practical things like assisting with meal preparation and light housekeeping, driving to appointments or outings. These days, taking a client out of their residence or their home and even going through a drive-through for coffee, is a big thing, right? We help people with bathing, grooming, dressing, all the personal care items. We do a lot of work with folks that are living with some degree of Alzheimer's or dementia, because with good routines in a familiar place, with a familiar person, a familiar face and voice, our clients can stay at home much longer, super successfully. And so that gives you a bit of an idea of the scope.
Now, earlier you mentioned isolation is akin to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. So, I mean, to put that into some, it's just, that has a huge impact on your physical well-being and on your mental well-being, of course, as well. What are some of the signs that we should be watching out for if we're concerned that maybe a family member may be starting to feel isolated or lonely?
Sure. I think there's a whole bunch of things, but the loneliness or the isolation, I think, really is a sign of, a depression possibly, and so then a lack of ability to cope and manage the day-to-day things. So it could be anything from significant weight loss. If the house was tidy, forever when we were growing up, and now all of a sudden it's no longer, up to the usual standard. If there's personal hygiene, maybe clothes that are a little bit disheveled, anything like that, a lot of dishes in the sink, or a lot of food that's gone to waste, or unopened mail, those kinds of things might indicate that something's up, right? And the challenge, I think, is that for many of us, I mean, even if we do feel a little bit lonely, how many of us will admit it, right? If we ask our mom or dad, straight up, are you lonely? They will say something like, I'm fine, right? They're used to persevering and pushing through and managing. And so it really does require a lot of tender and sensitive kind of investigation, I suppose, and conversation.
So some of the indicators that you mentioned can show that someone is isolated are also very similar to someone who might have a mental health issue. And so do you work closely with the primary care provider to make sure that the client is getting all the care and making sure that nothing goes missed?
Ideally, yeah, that's the plan, to work with the family, and sometimes there are folks where there has been a diagnosis, right? And once we know that, then we can work with whatever the care plan is and contribute to that, to find ways to improve the situation if possible. And yeah, it really requires a lot of good communication. In some cases, we want to rule out anything medical that can be easily treated. In some situations, the client hasn't been to a doctor for a while, and so we want to first try to get that addressed, right? Rule out anything medical that can be addressed that way, and then look at what are the other issues that might be contributing to that isolation, that feeling of being alone, being disconnected from community. And so we really want to work with families in that way. Yeah, leave it there.
And, I would be remiss to not ask how COVID has impacted services. What do they look like today under these lockdown restrictions?
Well, for us as an essential service, it really hasn't affected us too much. In fact, I think we've seen an increase in families saying, listen, we want to keep our person in their home. And so we want to be proactive about that. And I love that. That's been the theme, I think, of this whole event. And so, we've been invited into many more family homes to work with families to say, well, how can we address current needs and anticipate some future things as aging conditions will happen, and scale service. And so it just reminds me of a story. 10 years ago, we had a gentleman in his late 80s at the time come in with his son to our office, and he assured me that he didn't need our help. He was fine. But the son and his sister, the two adult children, even knew back then that a little bit of care needed to be introduced. Their dad was starting to fail. There was a bit of confusion. Yes, he still lived in his own home and everything, but the son and daughter lived in the States, and they still do. And they realized that, as their dad's world got a little smaller, that a bit of proactive care would make a big difference. Well, flash forward 10 years, we've been serving this gentleman. He still lives at home. That was the big plan and the goal way back when, and we're able to do that. We've increased care over time. Now we're in the home a number of hours every day, but this gentleman gets to take his breakfast on the deck and enjoy the house that he's lived in for decades. enjoy the plants and the flowers in the backyard. And so it has really good quality of life. And the kids have great peace of mind knowing that good ongoing care is happening from people that know their dad very, very well. And so I think that's really, you know, a way that we can help people stay connected. You know, we can do the video calls with their children when the person, you know, really wouldn't be able to do that on their own, and we can facilitate those other visits, even in you know, lockdown time. So it's more virtual visits, but hopefully as things open up again, we'll be able to manage things in a way that this person will feel like they're still well cared for and well connected with family and friends.
That's a great story. So what are the misconceptions that you have found that families typically have?
Well, I think some of the misconceptions would be, I don't know if it's a misconception, but maybe a misperception. And that would be that if they ask their mom or dad how they're doing, and mom and dad answer, you know, fine, you know, that they don't see the need for any help, then that's the end of the conversation. And in so many cases, you know, the challenge for the adult son or daughter is we see something happening with mom or dad or both, and we can't ignore it anymore. But when we try to have the conversation with them, the response is usually, you know, they're fine, they don't need anything. And so it really requires almost a deeper level of thought and reflection to understand that perhaps for the older person, and many Zoomers out there can tell me if I'm wrong, but you know, there's a feeling like if I allow any help, if I acknowledge that I might need a little help, that's the beginning of the end. And I don't want that. So I want to stay in my house. But I don't want anything to change. And that's why we hit that resistance point. And kids feel like, I don't know how to talk to mom and dad, because, you know, every time I bring it up, it's, you know, there's pushback. And so we have to find ways to push through that conversation and really have that open-handed, open-hearted talk about, you know, what you need, and what I need in terms of trying to provide care or trying to support you in your goals.
So with just a few seconds left, how can people get in touch with you?
They can find us at homeinstead.ca, and we're happy to chat. We'll be available this afternoon as well in the breakout room, and we'd love to talk to folks about trying to stay as connected as possible and to live in place by taking advantage of all these tools and resources to live life well.
Staying connected and in the moment is the essence of dance. There are obvious benefits for the body, but did you know that dancing is also good for the brain? Ashley Powell is head of community dance programs at Canada's National Ballet School. Ashley works with partners across the education community programming and sports sectors to bring the widespread benefits of dance to all Canadians, including seniors. She joins us now from the school's Toronto facilities to talk about using dance to bolster brain health.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Canada's National Ballet School. My name is Ashley, and I'm the head of community dance programs here at NBS, and it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful studios here in our downtown Toronto campus. What you may know about Canada's National Ballet School is that for over 60 years, we've been a beacon of excellence in dance training, providing Olympic caliber ballet training alongside rigorous academic education and on-site residence facilities. And we're proud to be one of the few organizations in North America that can provide all of those services. Talent is the sole criterion for entry here at NBS, and our very talented students who come to us from coast to coast to coast graduate to move on to careers in ballet on 80 stages across the world as dancers, choreographers, and artistic directors. But what you may not know about Canada's National Ballet School is that we have one of the richest community-engaged dance programs of any ballet school in the world. Every day, we get to experience the transformative power of dance in our lives here at Canada's National Ballet School. And we believe that transformative power should be shared with every Canadian, regardless of age, ability, or state of health. We all have the right to move to music and to share our passions and our stories through dance. That's why we're committed to creating programs for children in public schools, for community centers, for youth, and for older adults. In fact, that's what I'm here to talk to you about today, is our programs for older adults. The beginning of this journey for us here at Canada's National Ballet School was actually a research project. We started with a program for people living with Parkinson's disease, with a research program that was trying to understand and further the evidence that backs up the physical, social, and emotional benefits to participating in dance. And to say that was a transformational experience for us would be an understatement, because welcoming those wonderful older adults into our programs, into our schools, really transformed us in the way we looked at how dance could be provided. What it brought to us was a key question, because we understood that this was such an amazing and rich program, but it was so few people who were able to come to our Toronto campus to dance along with us. How could we, as a national institution, bring these programs out from coast to coast? Whether you're in a rural community, whether you're aging at home, everybody should be able to access this kind of amazing programming. So in order to answer that key question, how can we expand our reach? We developed some partnerships. First with Baycrest, which is an expert in brain health, and then with the Trent Center for Aging and Society, which helped us research this question: could dance be delivered remotely? So for over 4 years, we piloted our programs in community centers, in long-term care homes, for active seniors in the community, and for seniors living with diseases like Parkinson's disease and their caregivers. And through that practice, we iterated our programs, we changed up our methods, and we really came to see that these programs were bringing value into people's lives. In fact, there were 3 key takeaways we had from this experience. The first was that we were able to see the same physical benefits we had seen in our on-site programming, and that had been shown through evidence. That included better balance, better mobility, better strength, and increased flexibility. It was amazing to hear our participants tell us that they were having these same benefits. The next thing wasn't a surprise to us at all: the artistic benefits. The fact that engaging in an artistic program can give you a greater sense of agency, that moving to music can help you recapture a sense of grace. In fact, music came to be a key feature in our programming, as everybody loves to hear the music that they remember from their youth and to really move together with that music. The third takeaway was something that was really a wonderful gift to us, and that was understanding that for populations with challenges, including people living with dementia and their carers, the programs provided an opportunity to break down some of the social isolation that those participants were experiencing. And we all know that this past year has been full of challenges related to our social isolation, so it was an amazing finding to see that these programs could make a difference in that way. So I'm pleased to say today that all of that research has culminated in the launch of a program we call Sharing Dance Older Adults. Again, that's co-designed by Canada's National Ballet School and Baycrest. We're excited that now people can do these programs from their home. You can check out our website, or you can even download the program onto a tablet or a phone and dance along with us every day. And you too can experience those same physical, social, and emotional benefits that dance can provide. And I'm really excited because there is no better way to show you the power of dance than for us to do it together. So I'm thrilled that soon we're going to be able to dance together and share this experience. I can't wait to dance a little bit with you. It's going to be so much fun. But before we do that, I would love for you to hear from some of our participants themselves about how the Sharing Dance Older Adults program has impacted their lives.
I didn't know what to expect. As soon as I heard about it, I glommed right onto it because I've always loved to dance. And with the music, oh, that just tops it off. And all the different moves and all the different types of dance, it's just wonderful. It's beyond my expectations.
Thank you for giving seniors an opportunity to participate and be active in the world of dance, especially during this time of isolation and loneliness. For those who participate, it gives them something to look forward to.
These were a real pleasure, a bit demanding, but only a bit, and we were back for more. These uplifting classes made our COVID quarantine bearable. We're not lithe and lovely, but possibly a little less stumbly and bumbly, and have so appreciated this opportunity to stretch ourselves a bit. Very sincere thanks from the both of us.
I love the gentle, lyrical movement, the imaginative programs, and the calm that I get from doing these classes. I feel as though I have stretched and focused, which are both good things to shake off the concerns of the day. I also feel as though my level of grace in movement has improved from the summer session until now. I am so happy that this is not a Zoom offering, but one that we can return to whenever we can to repeat classes.
All right, everyone, and now it's time for us to do some dancing. So I am excited to introduce you to two of my fabulous colleagues, Cherise, who's going to be demonstrating from a seated position, and the wonderful Rob, who's creating the beautiful music we'll dance to today. So take a moment. If you'd like to stand up, move away from your desk, find a space, that's excellent. If you want to dance seated, that's fine, or even to have a chair beside you as a support. As we move together today, Cherise and I will demonstrate a couple of different modifications. We want you to move in a way that feels good in your body. So if you need to change anything, please do. And please bring your creative energy to our dancing together today. We'll start with a little bit of a warm-up. I'm going to place my feet nicely under my hips, and Cherise is sitting tall in the chair. And this is kind of a follow-along dance. So you can just gently open and close your arms to begin. We're going to start like we're conducting the music together. So, without any further ado, let's dance. Ready? And long spine and shoulders open, palms in and out. That's beautiful. Let that music flow through your arms. Now taking it into the shoulders, shoulders up and back. And again, shoulders up and back. Good, hands in and out. You can feel like you are letting the music conduct out of your arms. You are our conductor. And up. And release. One more time, shoulders. Great, let's take our focus down to our feet. Heels going out. Out. And place. Let's try the same thing to the side, on a diagonal side. Beautiful, everybody. Taking our focus up again, breathing our arms up to the sides. Breathe in, give yourself a hug, wrap your arms. Beautiful, elbows float up. And release one more time. Breathe in and wrap. Excellent. And we finish. Excellent, everyone. Give yourselves a shake. Maybe shake out your hands, shake out your shoulders or your legs. So we are going to continue now with a dance that it's a port-de-bras movement, and port-de-bras means carrying or carriage of the arms. So we're going to focus on moving our arms in the space. The first movement is like we're gathering the moon, a circular shape that you can lift as high as feels comfortable for you, and then let that moonlight shine down on you, opening your chest beautifully. Great. And then with the moon comes the stars. So we're going to do 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 stars that go in any direction. This is kind of a moonlit stroll. So the next thing we're going to do is let our arms swing as we take a stroll. You might be marching your feet, or just like me, you might just be softly releasing your knees. Excellent. And then we're going to gather the energy into our heart to finish off the phrase. And then send that energy open and out to everyone we're dancing with today. And arms release. Beautiful. Let's practice that one more time. So it's a moon, up, 2, 3, then 4 stars, shooting stars. 2, 3, and 4. We sway to the side. Shift your weight to one side. and shift to the other side a little quicker if you like, for 2 and 3 and 4. Now we stroll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8. We gather the energy into our hearts. Excellent. And we send that energy away. Bravo, everyone. Let's try it one time through with Rob. Ready? And arms gather. Stars. Sway. Faster if you like. Sway. Arm swing, stroll. Excellent, everybody. Gather it in. And send it out. Thank you. Beautiful. That was really nicely done. When we're doing port de bras, when we're dancing with our arms, we're always thinking about the quality of the movement that we're making. So when we're making that moon-like shape, we're thinking of the smooth lyrical qualities of our arms. When we're sending those stars out, we want to have a real sharpness, real change in the energy we use. Then we go back to that smoothness for our sways. And I want you to really think about how, if you're standing with me, you're bending your knees to transfer your weight from one foot to the other. So just feel that for a second. I'm softening my knees and ankles in the center, and then shifting my weight to one side, softening my feet into the floor, and shifting my weight onto one foot. Yeah? If you want to keep your 2 feet planted, that's also absolutely fine. And then we finish off with this beautiful warm feeling of bringing the hands to the heart and really feel that there's energy from your heart that you can send to people you're dancing with or send to me. Let's try the dance one more time. We'll go 2 times through this time, and I want you to experiment with those different movement qualities as we dance together. Ready? And arms gather up. Stars. Sway. Faster if you like. Stroll. Excellent. Gather it in. And send it away. Again, ready? Arms up. Up. Swing those arms. And finishing in. And to you. Excellent work, everyone. Our next dance is going to include a little bit of footwork, and I'm going to let you decide exactly how you'd like to do the footwork today. One option is to do 3 marches. So we do 1, 2, 3, hold. 1, 2, 3, hold. So this is something you could do standing or seated. Another option, and this is an option that Cherise will show, is you could do heel, lift, land. So that's in 3 parts. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So always our steps are in 3 beats. You can choose which one you do. And I'm going to do a little step that goes forward and back. So I'm going to do front, shift, stay, and front, shift, back, close, 3, stay, 4. So you can decide which version of this step feels most comfortable to you. Our dance will start like this. We'll do a 1, a 2, a 3, and give it a snap. Or if you like, you can give it a little shake if snaps don't feel good. The other side, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 1, and 2, and 3. Now the last one is different. We're going to do 1, 2, and finish with 2 claps. Bravo. Then we'll take that to the side. 1 and 2 and 3. And 1 and 2 and 3. And 1 and 2 and 3. Last one is the claps. Choose where you like to clap. All right, let's try just that much with Rob. Ready? And here we go. Step front. Or you can do your heels. Last one with claps. To the side. Last one. Here we go with claps. Excellent. All right, so the second part of this dance, we're going to take another march with higher knees or with a little side step. So we step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then stay in place. Other direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we stay in place. We're going to repeat that a third time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we stay in place, and we finish with poses. You can strike whatever pose feels good or matches the music in your mind. 1 pose, 2 pose, I love it, Cherise, 3 poses, and then we finish. Excellent. Let's try just that second half with the music. When we do our step side and close, when you arrive with your feet together, I'm going to ask you to pick a body part to circle. So you could circle a wrist, you could circle an elbow, you could circle your head, you can circle any body part you like. Let's give it a try. Ready? And stepping side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ready to circle. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Find something to circle. Third time. Maybe multiple circles. Poses go 1, 2, 3. Very, very nice. I like all the different poses I'm seeing. It's excellent. Let's try putting the two parts together. The first part being our 1, 2, 3 snap or shake. The second part being our step, close, step, close. The whole thing through, and we're going to finish with that forward step again at the end of the dance. All right, here we go. Ready? And stepping front. Ready for the claps? To the side, go side. Last one with claps. Stepping side, 1, 2. Make those circles any way you like. And circle. Again. Last circle. Poses go 1, twice, 3 times. From the top, step front. Last one, big finish. Wow, that was amazing. So much fun and such perfect music for that movement. So it's time for us to wrap up today. And when we finish dancing together, we always do something we call a reverence. A reverence is just a way for us to thank you for moving with us and to be thankful for our colleagues and friends who bring the joy of dance into our lives. So we're going to do a wonderful sweep across our body, elegant arm, And the other side, sweep across the body. And then bring your hands into your heart. And for one last time, dancing today, we'll send our energy to one another. Beautiful. So we'll do our reverence, and then I'll get the chance to tell you a little bit more about how you could get involved in sharing dance older adults. Here we go. Ready? And. All right. Beautiful floating arms. Other side. From my heart to yours. And finish. Excellent. A special thank you to Cherise and to Rob for sharing dance with you today. And as I mentioned, this is a program that you can do in your home. Sharing Dance Older Adults is a program available in your home, and we'd love to tell you a bit more about how you can get involved. Welcome to Baycrest NBS Sharing Dance Older Adults, a place to discover the joy and benefits of dance at home. Subscribe to access dance classes that you can enjoy in your seat or on your feet. Regular dancing helps overall physical, emotional, and social well-being. Dance also helps develop skills and confidence while enriching your day-to-day life through creative expression. Download the app on your phone or tablet for your preferred viewing experience. Join hundreds of Canadians discovering the power of dance with Sharing Dance Older Adults. Find us today at oa.sharingdance.ca.
Marissa, I feel like we maybe should have done a dance-off right after this segment, because I learned a lot. I'm not sure about you.
Oh, certainly. Though I don't know that any of our audience want to see me dance, but
I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool. So visit oa.sharingdance.ca to subscribe today. As a conference attendee, you get access to a special promo code to help you bring the joy of dance into your home. Use promo code ZOOMER10 to receive 10% off for 3 months. And that wraps up today's program. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope you've learned about the tools and services you can access to live and age in the place you call home, and the practical steps you can take now to build your personal plan for the future.
Earlier today, we heard from Home Equity Bank's Yvonne Ziomecki, co-author of the book Home Run, The Reverse Mortgage Advantage. To receive your free copy, call 1-833-357-2447, toll free, or visit chip.ca/homerun. And if you have questions or want to learn more about any of the products or services you've heard about today, experts from each of the companies that are presented are available to chat with you live right now. Just follow the link to the live chat experience, which you can find below on this page. They'll be around until 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Thanks so much for joining us. Signing off from the Zoomerplex in Toronto, I'm Marissa Lennox.
And from Vancouver, I'm Natasha Raey. Goodbye.